Good evening, everyone. I call this meeting of the Schertz-Cibolo-Universal City Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The time is now 6 o'clock. Roll call.
All board members are present except Mr. Finley and Mr. Carew.
Mr. Finley did call me. He's got a little flu, little stomach sickness, so he did say he was apologetic, but he wasn't going to be able to show up today.
John's coming late.
And Mr. Carew will be a little bit late, but he will be here. Roll call, recognition items, recognition of the K through 8 students, Dr. Gibson.
This is a stall. We're only recognizing 312 students tonight, so I apologize to Sean and Hayden for not remembering their names. But tonight, we're pleased to have Sean Koffel and Hayden Harper here to lead us in our pledge. And you can remain seated for just a second. I apologize. Let the principals talk first, and then we'll stand for the pledge. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, President Westbrook, and Superintendent Dr. Gibson. I am Shannon Johnson, principal at Green Valley Elementary. I would like to introduce to you our student, Sean Koffel, who is in 2nd grade. He is a leader both in and out of the classroom, having held every classroom leadership role available and sharing his leadership notebook during our student panel as a part of our Lighthouse Review with the Leader in Me, Stephen Covey program. His teacher, Mrs. Penshorn, says that Sean is always super kind, helpful, and a true leader, always being proactive in doing his work and encouraging others to do their best. His favorite subject is math, and he has excellent multiplication and division skills. Sean also enjoys wrestling in his free time, having earned several trophies at wrestling tournaments. He is joined this evening by his mother, Jennifer Koffel, and his 2.5-week-old brother, Elijah. Please stand and be recognized.
Good evening, members of the board, President Westbrook, and Superintendent Gibson. I am Tina Curtis, principal at Barbara Jordan Intermediate. I would like to introduce to you our student, Hayden Harper, who is in 6th grade. He is a model student and a young man that exemplifies integrity, honor, and respect for all. His favorite subject is math, and in his free time, he enjoys sports, specifically football, baseball, and basketball. He is joined by his parents, Krista and Madison Harper. And Hayden will be helping lead us in the pledge this evening.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
We'll give them another round of applause for leading our pledges tonight.
Good evening, everyone. 312 students, I will tell you, I'm amazed just because the students we're recognizing, it's not a reflection of just their efforts, but also the hard work of the parents. If you're a parent, raise your hand. Thank you for all you do. Thank you. Yeah, go on red cards. As part of the Schertz-Cibolo-Universal City Independent School District Community Partnership, we would like to acknowledge our numerous key partners and collaborators who are active contributors in helping the district achieve its missions and goals. Tonight, we begin a new tradition of saluting those partners who help make the Schertz-Cibolo-Universal City Independent School District a destination school district. From the American Heart Association, we welcome Ms. Amy Newman, Youth Market Vice President.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us this evening. I'm excited to be here as one of the newest district collaborators officially, although I've been
Sorry. How's that better?
Yes.
Okay, I can hear myself much louder now. Would you like me to start over? I was just, no, just keep going? Okay. So I've been working with the school district for about 10 years, implementing a program called Jump Rope for Heart, and this official collaboration allows us to do several more things, and I'm not going to talk about all of them this evening, but I am going to highlight just a couple of great things that are going on in the partnership already in the district. So Jump Rope for Heart is our most well-known school-based program. It's been going on for about 40 years, and this year we have 5 schools in the district that are participating in the program. Sipple is complete with the program already this year, Wilder, Schlather, and, oh my goodness, I always do this. And Watts, they're already complete in the program. And then we want to also highlight Cibolo Valley. And this little guy right here, his name is J.P. Burns. Cibolo Valley was recognized statewide last year as one of the top 10 Jump Rope for Heart fundraising schools in the state of Texas. We do that at a PE convention that happens in December. And Cibolo Valley raised, I believe, $20,000 last year. This year they completed at $23,000 raised for the American Heart Association. And this young man is their top fundraiser. JP, do you want to tell him how much you raised? Can you say it into here?
For this year or last year?
For this year.
This year I raised $2,243.05.
Pretty amazing, right? So JP is a heart survivor himself and is really passionate about the cause. And I recently learned that he spoke to 50 adults telling them the warning signs of heart attack and stroke, which is something that I don't even know if I want to do. So I'm super proud of JP and also of Cibolo Valley. So the next program that I want to highlight is called Check, Change, Control. This is a program that we kicked off in the district 2 days before spring break. And it is a hypertension management program for staff, teaching staff how to know about their blood pressure and how to check their blood pressure and learn to control it. And since that day, 300 people have signed up online for the program and 200 have entered a blood pressure reading. We've scattered blood pressure cups throughout the district for convenient access, and we're really excited about that really great start, probably just in 2 days. And then the final program that I want to highlight is CPR in schools. Several years ago, training of high school graduates in CPR became law in Texas. And since that time, the American Heart Association has partnered with companies and local groups to provide the school districts with the equipment that they need in order to do that training. And this evening, we have a kit for you. This contains 10 mannequins and 10 DVDs and is enough to train an entire school or 3,000 students for 3 years in CPR. So we're really excited to bring that on behalf of Keith Czar's Pools. And I think that April from Keith Czar's has just a little bit to say, and then we're all done.
I want to thank y'all for allowing us to partner with you for this incredible life-saving tool to incorporate into your schools. For people here, y'all may not know, but this one CPR kit you can teach in one class period. So it's very easy to do, and anybody with just simple instructions can learn these life-saving techniques and improve the livelihood of somebody surviving 2 or 3 times over.
Absolutely.
So, thank y'all.
Thank
Very
you.
good. Yeah, so we're very excited to have all those new student lifesavers out in your community, and they, with the training that they know, have the ability to train others as well. So, very excited.
Excellent.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Very good.
Thank you.
Okay. Come on up.
Yes. From the Guadalupe County Children's Advisory Center, we welcome Ms. Michelle Meehan. Did I say it correctly? Assistant Director, is she here?
Here.
Yes. And Michelle Cunningham, a board member.
And if you want to say a few words, that's.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to check my blood pressure, but I'm going to wait until tomorrow after the board meeting. So yeah. We have one here in this building now, too. Thank you for that.
Very good. So good evening. I'm Michelle Mean. I'm the Assistant Director at the Guadalupe County Children's Advocacy Center, and we appreciate you all inviting us tonight and our partnership with you guys in working to keep our kids safe. At the Advocacy Center, we're a nonprofit agency, and we work with law enforcement and child protective services, prosecution, mental and medical professionals to help children who have either experienced or witnessed abuse or neglect or a crime. And we help out our team members with forensic interviews and really just giving the children an opportunity to tell what they have witnessed and to help people make sure that they are safe. And we also provide counseling free of charge for all of our kids and families, and so we're really proud. And last year we served 623 kids in our county. So
Great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our board trustee, John Carew, serves with you also.
he's on our board as well. Yes.
Yep.
Well, thank you very much. And from the Northeast Lakeview College, we welcome Ms. Kathleen Labus, Director of Public Relations.
Hi, good evening. I'm kind of glad I went third because I wasn't expecting to speak tonight, so that gave me a chance to kind of put some thoughts together. But thank you for having us here. Northeast Lakeview College is a proud partner with Schertz-Cibolo-UCISD, and on behalf of Dr. Garcia, our president, who wanted to be here tonight, she sends her regrets, but she is also attending a board meeting. We have our Alamo College's district board meeting tonight as well, so that's where she is. Just some highlights about like the partnership with Schertz-Cibolo. Dr. Garcia actually made a presentation this morning, and of note, SCUCISD is one of our top feeder schools to Northeast Lakeview College, and annually they're the two high schools that you guys serve, Clemens and Steele, are always in our top 10. In fact, last year for 2017, the first time in college students, so those students coming to us for the first time, Clemens was our top feeder, so they sent the most students to Northeast Lakeview, and Steele was number 4. So thank you for that partnership, and we look forward to enhancing the relationship. Thank you to Dr. Gibson and his administrative team for always being supporters of our students and our mission, and we look forward to enhancing that partnership to help your students and our students reach their goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have the Vice President's recitation of the district mission, vision, values, and priorities.
Our vision is to prepare every student to be a productive citizen. Our values are leadership, character, commitment, service, and learning. Our mission is Schertz-Cibolo-Universal City ISD provides a safe, secure, and challenging learning environment through the responsible use of all resources to afford opportunities for all students to realize their individual potential and to become responsible and productive members of society. Our 3 priorities are high achievement for all students, high-performing and engaged workforce, and effective and efficient district and campus operations.
Next, we will have the board recitation of district belief statements.
We believe all students have the capacity to learn and be successful. We believe a safe, secure environment is paramount to learning. We believe living our core values of leadership, character, commitment, service, and learning result in the ability to set and achieve lifelong goals.
We believe quality instruction addresses the individual needs of students. We believe engaging, interactive, and authentic teaching creates empowered, active learners prepared for our changing world.
We believe embracing technology as a relevant tool enhances learning in and beyond the classroom. We believe in professional learning community culture that allows time to collaborate and share best practices in order to improve continually. We believe good communication is critical to success.
We believe lifelong learning enriches staff through professional development. We believe measures of our success go beyond standardized testing, and we believe public education is defined by the local community with limited state involvement.
Thank you very much. Next, we will have the Vice President's overview of good governance indicators and board member ethics.
So each month we're highlighting one of our good governance indicators and one of our ethical standards. And I'm going to start with our board member ethics standards. It's the commitment to service. I will focus my attention on fulfilling the board's responsibilities of goal setting, policy making, and evaluation. I will diligently prepare for and attend board meetings. I will avoid personal involvement in activities the board has delegated to the superintendent. I will seek continuing education that will enhance my ability to fulfill my duties effectively. And for our good governance, it is the board monitors the strategic plan implementation and district success in a formal, scheduled manner. And that's always on our board we always have that during the discussion item. We get board updates on our strategic plan and goals, and if you stay around for that, you'll hear that later tonight.
Thank you very much. Any comments? Ethics? Next, we will have recognition of student representatives for the month of March 2018, presented by Dr. Gibson.
Thank you, President Westbrook, trustees and guests and students, staff members. Tonight, we kick off our recognition of over 300 students with our first two student recognitions, Haley Altman, a 12th grader from Clemens High School, and Yasmin Said, 11th grader from Steele High School. There are student representatives of the month from our traditional, two traditional high schools, and we're gonna have them meet their administrators at the podium. They've already arm wrestled for who goes first. We'll see who it is, and we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you for being here tonight and for all you do for SCUCISD. You may go ahead and go meet your administrator.
This is a lag, a little delay as Haley goes and gets her speech. Good evening, Dr. Gibson, President Westbrook, and members of the board. I am Julie McClellan, Assistant Principal at Samuel Clemens High School, and am pleased to be here this evening and introduce our March Student of the Month, Haley Altman. Haley is joined tonight by her father, Robert Altman. If you could please stand. And even though not in person, her mother, the late Diane Altman, who would not have missed this opportunity to watch her amazing daughter be recognized for all her hard work. So thank you, Diane, for reminding Haley that she can do anything she wants to do, and for joining us tonight in heart and in spirit. Haley is also escorted tonight by her wonderful FCLA sponsors, Miss Frisbee and Miss Weatherholtz. Please stand. Now let me share a little about this amazing senior Clemens Buffalo. Haley has been in SCUC for the past 9 years, and even though she only moved here 9 years ago from Pennsylvania, she already considers herself a proud Texan and uses our popular slang, y'all, like a natural. In such a short time, Haley has been extremely involved on our campus. She has participated in our dance team for 2 years as a social officer, been a member of our Meet in the Middle Club, PALS, and in our instructional preparations course, all for 1 year. Haley has had huge success in our Taffy competition teams, and Taffy stands for the Texas Association of Future Educators. It's always a privilege to introduce a future educator. Haley is currently a campus officer and regional officer for Taffy, as you'll hear about, and she has competed at the state, regional, and even national levels at various events for Taffy as well. Haley enjoys volunteering with younger children at our campus events, helping teachers on our campus and at church. You will hear from Haley in just a moment how she has actually placed Samuel Clemens High School on the Taffy map and made sure that future teachers across the nation knew exactly what it means to be the one and to be a Buff. As a proud Buff myself, it is my honor to introduce a future Boomerang Buffalo teacher, Haley Altman.
Good evening, Dr. Gibson, President Westbrook, and members of the board. As Ms. McClellan stated, my name is Haley Altman, and I'm a senior at Samuel Clemens High School. I'm not only the Region 20 Secretary Officer for Taffy, but I'm also the president of Clemens Taffy chapter. It has been my honor to be part of such an amazing organization for the past 3 years. Like she said, Taffy stands for Texas Association of Future Educators. This program allows our future educators to have the opportunity to explore the teaching profession and to make informed decisions about pursuing their career in education. Taffy proudly supports the work of our national student-led future teacher association called Educators Rising. Each year, a delegation of Taffy's top student leaders attend the national conference to represent our Lone Star State. Students have the option to compete in several different events. These can include creating a bulletin board or lesson plan, impromptu speaking, researching learning challenges, job interview, or creating a children's book. All of these competitions are graded based on a rigorous rubric and by current and former principals, teachers, and counselors. My sophomore year, I competed in bulletin board event, got the highest score, and took home a blue ribbon. Last year, as a junior, I decided to challenge myself and take on 2 events. Project Visualize and Inside Our Schools. My partner and I created a video in which we interviewed teachers and our administration staff. We asked them to explain what our school-wide initiative, Be the One, meant to us. We also had them share how they implemented it in their own lives and the lives of the students. Our Buffalo pride and hard work impressed the judges so much we earned an outstanding score which qualified us for nationals in Phoenix, Arizona. We headed to Phoenix last June with the intention to show the nation what it means to be the one. It seems that we don't have time, but Ms. McClellan will be emailing the board and Dr. Gibson a link to our video that ranked us 6th in the nation amongst the top 10 schools across the United States, so you may watch it at your convenience. My final year in Taffy, I competed in the bulletin board event and brought home a blue ribbon once again. I presented an interactive academic board for 4-year-old pre-K students to the judges. My second event this year was a researching learning challenges. My team and I interviewed teachers and reading specialists on what are the best ways to help students with dyslexia. We were able to present our findings to the judges at state competition. Now, over the past 3 years, Taffy has impacted my life immensely. This organization has brought out the future teacher within me and given me the certainty that being an educator is what I was born to do. I should have listened to my mother all along, that my success in this program has gifted me with a countless number of friends who share the same passion for teaching. I've also gained future job connections, yet more importantly, I have the relief of finding a career that I'm not only wholeheartedly dedicated to, but I know I can make a difference in a child's life every day. After I graduate from Clemens, I plan on attending Northeast Lakeview to receive my basics. Then I will transfer to Texas State, where I will obtain a degree in special education and early childhood throughout 6th grade, with my teaching certificate, of course. Through the encouragement from my parents and advisors, Ms. Frisbee and Ms. Weatherholtz, after I become a certified teacher, I hope to become a Boomerang Buffalo or an SCUCISD teacher. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Gibson, President Westbrook, and members of the board. My name is Robert Sisko. I'm an assistant principal at Steele High School, and tonight I am here to introduce Steele High School's student representative for the month of March, and that is Yasmin Saeed. She is accompanied tonight by her mother, Ms. Pineda. Ms. Pineda, will you please stand and be recognized? She is also accompanied by our CTE teacher, Ms. Fannin. Ms. Fannin, are you in the room right now? She's back there organizing all the other students right now. Oh, there she is. Perfect. Yasmin Saeed is yet another example of the outstanding students produced by this district. So far in her 4 years at Steele High School, she has involved herself in student council and had leadership positions in student council. She's also been a section leader in band. She's participated in UIL academic competitions, and perhaps what is her favorite extracurricular activity, which is DECA. For the first time in SCUC history, we have a representative at the state level in Yasmin Saeed representing us in DECA. She's involved in many, in many great things here in our district, and her accomplishments will only continue as she continues into her senior year next year. Ladies and gentlemen, Yasmin Saeed.
Thank you, Mr. Sisko. Hello, distinguished members of the community and school board, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Yasmin Saeed, and I am a junior at Steele High School. I am a member of the National Honor Society, UIL Academic Team, Gifted and Talented Program, Student Council, Band, Key Club, and of course, DECA. Within Steel DECA, I have served as the school-based enterprise manager, currently serve as a chapter president, and this past year as the Texas DECA District 2 Vice President of Campaigns. Currently, I am the Texas DECA State Vice President of Leadership Development. I am grateful to say that I attend an educational establishment that is both welcoming and supportive. The hallways of Steele High School are filled with teachers and faculty members ready and willing to encourage and inspire every student that walks through their door. Furthermore, I am proud to say that I am a member of a student body who is continually encouraged to participate in extracurricular activities by a dedicated team of administrators. Because of these factors, in addition to a plethora of others, I have been able to thrive both in and out of the classroom. I remember freshman year at my first DECA State Career Development Conference, looking up at the giant big screens, watching the state officers as they ran their sessions and acted as a visual representation of the values and missions of Texas DECA. I remember being overwhelmed with respect for them as students demonstrating exemplary examples of professionalism and academic preparedness. I enjoyed DECA for the many opportunities it provided to network and gain new skills, and wanted the honor of representing the organization at the state level. Instantly, I set a goal for myself to one day walk on that stage with that title. I went through each leadership tier and became a chapter and later district officer and began my campaign for the state action team. Now here I stand, able to call myself the Texas DECA State Vice President of Leadership Development. However, I most certainly did not accomplish this goal on my own. Thanks to a dedicated teaching staff and CTE department, not only at Steele, but from Clemens DECA as well, I was given the necessary support, both administratively and emotionally, to reach my goal, and for that I am incredibly grateful. Teaching is a work of heart, and the staff members at SCUC exemplify that to the fullest extent. As for my future goals, I hope to attend the Wharton School of Business at the University of Pennsylvania and major in finance following my graduation.
I'm sorry, one more?
Go for it.
Good evening, members of the board, President Westbrook, and Superintendent Dr. Gibson. I am Veronica Goldhorn, Director of Elementary Education, and I would like to introduce our intermediate principal, who is attending this month's board meeting. Tina Curtis, if you'll please come forward. Tina Curtis is the principal at Barbara Jordan Intermediate. She has served in education for 24 years, all in SCUCISD. A fun fact about Mrs. Curtis is her first job was a DJ at a roller skating rink. Still got it?
Still got it.
We'd like to recognize Tina Curtis.
Great job, DJ.
And as Ms. Curtis finishes her way around, I'm Michelle Che, the Director of Secondary, and I would like to introduce tonight's elementary principal representative, Shannon Johnson, who is a very proud principal at Green Valley Elementary. She has served in education for 18 years, and 16 of them here in our district. A very fun fact about Ms. Johnson is she received a handwritten birthday card from the President of the United States for her 28th birthday, who was George W. Bush at the time. Welcome and thank you, Shannon Johnson.
Thanks a lot. Well, he works for somebody. He works for somebody, we don't know. Yeah, we see. I don't know. Great job, thank you. I don't think so.
Yeah, do you want to get a picture of them? Okay.
They may not want that evidence.
I want to see the DJ pose.
No?
Next, we will have the recognition of Staff Operations Aspiring Leaders Academy presented by J.D. Mosley and Francisco Perez.
Good evening, President Westbrook and Dr. Gibson, members of the board. Tonight we are recognizing our Operations Aspiring Leaders Academy. We started this academy last February after listening to our staff and their desire to learn and grow as leaders in our school district. The group tonight represents frontline staff in the maintenance and transportation departments. We spent the last year going through learning about Stephen Covey's 7 Habits for Highly Effective People and our SCUC Leadership Always Behaviors. So with that, I'm going to introduce our staff members.
Hey, Mr. Mosley, if it's okay, I'm just going to get them to come line up right here and just wave when he calls your name. So just come on up to the front, and then we can get our photo. Come on up.
Our first member is Amanda Valadez. Andy Rivette.
Thank you.
Art Guillermo. Brian Johnson. Chris Inskeep. Connie Caruso. Deborah Stone. Deborah Wiley. Eddie Polino. Maribel Morales. Mike Rodriguez. Sonette Lewis. Teresa Booz. Tony Muniz. Ward Stucker. And Yvette Estrada. And Catherine Lindquist. So we are very proud of this group, and we have high expectations of you.
Thank you very much. Next, we will have Dr. Greg Gibson for the recognition of the Strategic Planning Committee.
I don't know, I'll just check to see if any of the representatives are here. We've had so many false starts on this recognition that they may not be here tonight. But I'm good. Okay, we do have at least 1 or 2 or 3. Oh, there you are. Y'all come up here. Come up to the front of the room. So let me tell you, everybody, a little bit about this group, and I appreciate them coming after so many false starts. And y'all come on up, and we'll get lined up for the photo, and let me brag on you. So over a year ago, we started a strategic planning committee. There was a cross-section of employees from all over the different departments within the district, also community members, parents, booster club members, business owners. I'm just looking at the list here. And we had staff members from all over the district. And they were charged with a very simple task. write a 4-year strategic plan for year 2018, 19, 19, 20, 2021, and 21, 22. And I just want to say how much we appreciate all the hard work that this group did. I mean, they would go teach, in this case, work, teach all day, and then show up here at 4:30, and for a cookie and a cup of tea, put in 3 hours more of work that was just unbelievable. So from the bottom of my heart, I want to say thank you to these folks. We're going to get some photos, and please recognize them for all of their hard work. Here's the cheesy photo. Y'all stand still for just a second. So I just wanted to make sure I didn't know who all was here. So Amy Harkins from Child Nutrition Department, raise your hand or wave, Amy. You may have been doing that already. Kathy Glunt, this says Steele, now at Corbett. When she served on this, she was at Steele. Matthew Wagner, Corbett Junior High. Matthew was always good for an extra 30 minutes on every day of work, just with a good question right at the end that just sent us. See, they all laugh, but they didn't laugh inside. Therese, has some long days. But Matt, we do appreciate the deep thinking and not letting us ever just head to the house without thinking it all the way through. Teresa Booz with Transportation Department and Yvette Estrada with Transportation Department. Thank you all very much.
Recognition of the student achievements presented by Michelle Shea.
Good evening, President Westbrook, Dr. Gibson, and members of our board. Tonight, we're here to recognize our students who have achieved outstanding academic distinction. We applaud their commitment and dedication to perform in these areas and bring excellence to our district. Parents, students, and friends, thank you for joining us tonight, and we definitely have a full house to recognize our kiddos. Students, congratulations on your accomplishments and best luck on your bright future. Starting off with DECA. DECA prepares emerging leaders and entrepreneurs for various careers through competitive events, professional development, and leadership conferences in marketing, finance, hospitality, and management. The following students were selected to compete in the state competition in Dallas, Texas, February 20th to the 22nd. In addition, there are 11 students who qualified for the international DECA competition as a result of their high level of achievement at the state competition, and they will compete in their respective categories in Atlanta, Georgia at the end of April. Audience, please hold your applause until we've recognized all the students as they come forward. So students, as I call your name, come on through and shake our hands of our board members. Tonight, from Clemens, Joseph Barrowman, Jasmine Brewer, Nicholas Chavez, Lauren Childs, Devin Coburn, Nicole Davis, Logan Drake, Mitchell Faber, Hallie Klingy, Morgan Lagasse, Dawson Milner, Joel Nicholson, Cameron Patino, Krista Peebles, Monet Sims, Jay Turner, and Savannah Valdez. These are your representatives from Clemens High School. And any family want to take pictures, you can come on up. Congratulations, Clemens Buffaloes. Representing our Knights from Steele High School in DECA, tonight are Nicole Cantu, Derek Cox II, Skylar Solon, Isaac Lopez, Christian Reyes, and Nicole Velez. And Yasmin, you weren't highlighted because you were up here. So Yasmin Saeed up here as well. Wait, have your hand, please. Thanks. Congratulations. Next, we recognize our Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America, or also known as FCCLA. It's a national career and technical student organization that provides personal growth, leadership, and career preparation opportunities for students in family and consumer sciences education. The following students were selected to compete in the upcoming state competition in their respective categories in Dallas, April 4th through the 6th. Again, please hold your applause until we recognize all the students from each campus. Representing Clemens, Bailey Barker, Amy Becker, Jasmine Brewer, Silveria Carrillo, Samantha Esparza, Kaylee Dreisbeck, Gracie Gardiner, Madison Harris, Keely Hersfeld, Isabella Hoyt, and Ashley Masters. Congratulations to our Clemens representatives. You got the perfect one. Congratulations. And representing FCCLA from Steele in Dallas will be Tanner Biggs, Lillian Carson, Mary Margaret DeWitt, Haley Eichenhorst, Andrea Graham, Madison Harper, Samantha Huffman, Molly Irish, and Philip White. And we'll slide you back to the center for your picture. Congratulations. Our next group of students that we'll be representing are from our Health Occupation Student Association, or HOSA, which is an international student organization that promotes career opportunities in the healthcare industry. These students competed in various categories and are qualifiers in the upcoming state competition in Grapevine, Texas, April 12th to the 14th. Please hold your applause until we've recognized each of the students. Representing Clemens High School are Jackson Bacon, Hannah Borland, Michaela Carrillo, Jacob Cleveland, Julia Plant, Megan Schilling, and Matthew Williams. Congratulations. Well, students will have you slide over, so you're in the center. Yes, thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations, students. And our students representing Steele High School, who will be at the HOSA competition and are here tonight, are Hannah Amo, Mayla Breen, Brandon Clark, Alexandra Garcia, Hans Loja, and Enrico Pelcher. Okay, congratulations. Next, we are proud to recognize our Skills USA students. Skills USA is a partnership of students, teachers, and industry working together to ensure America has a skilled workforce. They provide educational programs, events, and competitions that support career and technical education, such as the Architecture and Construction Career Cluster. The following students were selected to compete in the upcoming Skills USA state competition in their respective categories in Corpus Christi, April 5th through the 8th. Please hold your applause until we've called all the students. Tonight we have our students representing Steele High School are Matthew Avila, Jaron Carroll, Joshua Contreras, Heather Cortinas, Alec Dawson, Sydney Edmondson, Brianna Lofton, Charles Pravat, okay, sorry, Darcy Reiser, Robert Swatzenberg, Sam Truitt, Crystal Woody, and Zachary Smith. Congratulations. Congratulations. Next, we're proud to recognize our Texas Association of Future Educators, or TAFE, which allows young men and women the opportunity to explore the teaching profession. The following students qualified for the state competition, which was held February 14th to the 17th in Montgomery, Texas. In addition, one of our students qualified for the national TAFE competition and will compete in Orlando, Florida, June 21st to the 24th, which is Keely, right? Right? No, wait, Keely's back here. Where's Keely? Keely, go and raise your hand and wave for us. She's going to represent us at the national competition. So from Clemens here tonight, we have Haley Altman, Alexandria Contreras, Soraya de los Reyes, Rachel Deck, Kendra Garcia, Rihanna Garcia, Amanda Guerra, Keely Hersfeld, Madison Lassiter, Jillian Moore, and Leslie Orozco. Congratulations. Nice work. Our last CTE group of recognition tonight, we have some more recognition after them, but the Technology Student Association, or TSA, is a student leadership organization for technology and engineering education, giving our students the opportunity to compete and excel in leadership and problem-solving skills, time management, communication, and teamwork. These students will be competing in the state competition April 15th through the 17th in Fort Worth. Representing Clemens High School will be Brandon Bosch, Caden Bastian, Christian Bradley, Tony Butler, Logan Drake, Joseph Espinosa, Desiree Garcia, Sammy Maddox, Demetrios Mahaltzis, Dawson Milner, Bailey Mosley, Joel Nicholson, Thomas Peters, Emily Seals, Lauren Taylor, and Zachary Yondell. Congratulations.
This is the only way I can do this.
Okay.
Now I feel like Jabbar.
Yeah. Now you can slide back to the middle for your photo.
Scoot in, Christian, scoot in.
Emily, slide into maybe in the front.
Over here on this side too.
Scoot.
All right, here we go.
Congratulations. I think, one more here. Nice work. Thank you. This concludes the CTE portion of our student recognition. CTE parents, if you are not planning to attend the remainder of our meeting, you may leave at this time while we prepare for our fine arts student recognition, and those parents may come in if they're not already in here. So tonight we are also recognizing students for their fine arts accomplishments. We had, on February 24th, 2018, choir students competed in the UIL Region 11 solo and ensemble contests. To advance to the state contest, students must perform music from the most challenging list of required selections and receive a first division rating from the adjudicator. In addition, soloists must perform from memory. The following students received a first division rating and have advanced to the Texas State Solo and Ensemble Contest to be held in Austin, May 26th to the 28th. Please hold your applause until we've recognized all of the students here tonight. Representing Clemens High School are Tristiano Ali, Trey Freeney, Cameron Griffith, Adriana Longway, Trinity Monteverde, Joshua Moore, Hansley Osborne, and Aisha Paez. Congratulations. And go back. Now you can go back to the middle. Go ahead. Parents, if you want to come take pictures, come on up. Congratulations and good luck. And we have 6 students from Steele who will be moving forward. However, only one was able to join us tonight. Congratulations to Catherine Price. Please come forward. You get to be up there all by yourself, sorry. Congratulations. So in February, we had art students who participated in the Region 20 Visual Arts Scholastic Event, also known as VACE. Student art pieces were judged and rated on a scale of 1 to 4. Students who received the highest rating advanced to the area round where the top 10% were selected for advancement to the state level. The following students' artwork has been selected for the state VACE contest that will be held at San Marcos High School, April 27th to the 28th. Representing Clemens High School are Miranda Dawson, Kay Kleptico, and Lauren Valdez. Congratulations. Congratulations. Representing Steele High School at the VACE competition will be Jade Chen, Olivia Chen, Molly Corona, Addison Fox, Paige Hargis, Jaden Henderson, Rosemary Matos Barbosa, and Kyla Miller. Congratulations, Knights. Congratulations, nice work. On February 24th, band students competed in the UIL Region 11 Solo and Ensemble Contest. To advance to the state contest, students perform music from the most challenging list of required selections and receive a first division rating from the adjudicator. The following students received a first division rating and have advanced to the Texas State Solo and Ensemble Contest for band to be held in Austin, May 26th to the 28th. Representing Clemens are Brianna Brown, Madison Chadwell, Taylor Clifford, Brandon Dabbs, Aaron Dabbs, Katarina Dumas, Sarah Dunlap, Elizabeth Garcia, Andrew Guerra, Julissa Hernandez, Javier Mendez Colon, Michael Niles, Matthew Parkman, Jocelyn Saldana, Caitlin Saldana, Monet Sims, Abigail Slaughter, William Staten, thank you, Caitlin Ty, Alexis Tondre, Jacob Tondre, Christopher Villanueva, and Raven Woods Jr. Congratulations, Buffaloes. And we'll let Chris be on the end because he's trying to head to a soccer game, right? You guys can stay there and fill in the front. Just go on. And parents, let me move over. Okay, I think we got them all. Congratulations. Representing Steele High School at the Band State Solo and Ensemble Contest. I know, I'm waiting. Representing Steel Band at the State Solo and Ensemble Contest are Elijah Benavides, Jasmine Espinosa, Johnny Gretler, Ben Marquez, and Joseph Zucha. Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Okay, now congratulations. Thank you. Nice job. This concludes our student recognition portion of the board meeting. Thank you.
Anna, are you better with numbers than you are with holding cell phones? Okay, good. She's the finance manager for the city of Cibolo, so I know she's good with numbers.
Yeah, it looks empty. Now it's time for public comments. In order to provide consistency and fairness to all individuals, public comments will be heard in accordance with board policy BED local and the procedures outlined in administrative regulations BED. Comments should be limited to topics such as policies, curriculum, and facilities. Any direct criticism of a specific employee will not be heard during public comments and should be considered separately as provided in board policy. In this context, individuals are cautioned to not identify any employee by name or by any combination of words or descriptions which could identify the employee to another individual. Public comments will be limited to individuals who sign up to participate in the public comment portion of the meeting before the board meeting is called to order. Delegations of more than 5 persons shall appoint 1 person to present their views. An individual who signs up to participate in the public comment portion of the meeting may not relinquish their time to another individual. No public comment shall exceed 5 minutes. To ensure compliance with time limitations, a yellow card will be held up by the board secretary at 4 minutes, and a red card will be held up at 5 minutes. First up, we have Councilman Bert Crawford.
And Bert, there's a button there that you push to.
It's already
Okay,
green.
all
It's
right.
okay, right?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Board members, President Westbrook, Dr. Gibson, I'm here to talk a minute or two about the Schertz Hal Baldwin Scholarship Program. I gave a piece of paper to Dr. Gibson for all of y'all. I believe y'all have it. I'll leave the ones I have back on the table if anybody wants to take a look at it. The scholarship program was established by the city of Schertz to encourage high school seniors who are residents of Schertz to consider public service as a career path in education, local, state, and or federal government. The scholarship honors Hal Baldwin, who served the city for more than 30 years as a civic volunteer, an employee, a council member, and a mayor. And if I'm not mistaken, that was after his 20 plus years in the Air Force. The qualifications, you have to be a enrolled high school senior residing in the city of Schertz. The deadline to close is on Monday, the 30th of April. And I want to thank you all for letting me come up and speak a minute or two, because the scholarship is important, because that money is there, and we'd like to be able to hand out that to 1 or 2 or 3, depending on the number of people that are qualified. And then we have, I think it's a $5,000 limit, but they have divided it in half or thirds before. And I know one year, either last year or year before last, they didn't have anybody that either qualified or applied for it. This is my first year to be on the board. and I'm happy to be there. If it hadn't been for a scholarship that I received, I would probably never have graduated. To get you to the door to be able to go to school is a good step. If you get to the door and get in that door, maybe you'll stay. And I know the parents would like to see their children stay, and I hope they get to be able to do that this coming year. If you're interested in applying, go to the Schertz website, www.schertz.com. And after a phone call this morning, I managed to get the name Hal Baldwin and his picture on the front page, on the first page of the website. When you click on his picture, it takes you to the website page to read about the program and to get the application to apply. You have to be a senior, have to be living in the city of Schertz. That's the only somewhat disadvantage for some of the students, since this is a three-city school district. Fill out the application. If you have any problems, call Sarah Gonzalez, and her number is 210-619-1015. She's the point of contact at the city. Fill out that application, deliver it to the city manager's office at the city of Schertz on 1400 Schertz Parkway. It will have the board right after the 30th of April. I think it's going to be like the 7th of May, I believe, something like that. You will make the selection and make the presentation later. And I thank you all for taking the time to listen. I thank you for trying to help get this word out, because it is important, because one of our students here is going to get selected, maybe more. Thank you very much, sir.
Bert, I know
Yes, sir.
for a fact that we received this electronically, and it has gone out now to all counselors and all students, and here's a parent, I think, that's saying she.
I just saw it on the site. I also want to say it was in the Schertz Tells. That was really great. I saw it in there this month with that, so parents.
That's a great
would have seen-
advertisement tool.
Yes, it was a great
And
advertisement.
I thank you all for helping
so.
out. I
Yep.
appreciate it, seriously.
Thank you.
sir.
We also appreciate your service on the citizens of Schertz.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for
Y'all
all the
are all
hard
doing
work.
the same thing. This is kind of like a council meeting. Everybody leaves, y'all get to do the work.
Yes, sir. Next, we have Dr. Irene Petrisky.
If I can get one of those scholarships, because I can think of a lot of
Yes.
He's
Oh,
got
good.
a file back there.
The last time I addressed the board, I said that the best part of a school board meeting was the student recognition, and incredible, incredible. So these scholarships will definitely come in handy. I attended the school board workshop that was held on February the 12th, 2018, regarding budget for the upcoming school year, 2018-2019, and possible tax ratification election at that point. I want to thank each one of you board members. That was one of the most ideal workshops that I've ever seen. Very good questions were asked, very thoughtful, very compelling reasons for why you were asking the questions of central office staff, the superintendent, and the finance director. It was very tough. Dr. Gibson made it plain and clear that the legislature has not done for many years anything about school funding. Everybody should take the opportunity to vote in the elections, make our voices heard for the need for that. But the bottom line of that particular workshop was a very difficult decision, but the directive that you made and the question in particular that you asked of the finance director, can we afford, with the current funding that we have for the upcoming school year, to give at least up to 2% salary increases for teachers? Finance director said that yes, it could be done. You would have to watch things very carefully for the upcoming school year, but you as board members were also very cognizant of the fact that the taxpayers and the citizens of our communities This was in February. They had already received the having to make payments for their property taxes. And each one of you were very, very hesitant in wanting to pursue a TRE. And that's why you asked that question. In the course of over an hour, you did, as pertinent questions, whether or not could be done, and that was the bottom line, to pursue a budget based on a $4 rate. I ask that you honor that request, and anything that happens subsequent to that workshop meeting, and that I have noticed on the agenda items, some of the items go counter to what you had asked central administration to do. And that's unnecessary expenditures. Staff has been asked to tighten their belts to the possibility that they may not get a salary increase. Instead, that they may get a one-time bonus. Staff had asked, if that's the case, would our TRS retirement formula be impacted negatively? The answer at a campus meeting was yes, it would. So I asked, anything that you do right now, you remember what you did at that workshop. You were very thorough in that. You wanted to help the staff, you wanted to help the taxpayers, but more importantly, you wanted to help the students. Please remember that when you go down and make decisions on the items that you have on the agenda tonight. Something very important, I also attended the TASA Midwinter Conference. Texas Education Agency and the state legislature is going to be looking very closely at money that is expended and where it's being expended. That will be reported on the school district's report cards. So keep that in mind. Most of that money should be spent toward the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patrisky. I will say, I came on in 2011, and very few people have been as diligent as Dr. Patrisky. They come and go, but she's been a stalwart in the district. Thank you very much. At this point in time, can we take a board recess? Reconvene at 7:20. Thank you very much. We don't even have 4 people. We are now reconvened at 7:21. Dr. Gibson, is there any correspondence from any board members? Nope. Yes, sir.
Remind everyone,
Before-
remind everyone about the Education Foundation Golf Tournament Friday. Mr. Suarez is the district contact actual person for the district for the foundation, and I think Dr. Edwards also. I believe the registration starts at 10:30. Lunch is at 11. It's an earlier tee off time this year. It's noon tee time instead of 1. So it's a little bit earlier, get through a little bit earlier. But it's Friday. You can come out and just hang out for a little while, or you can come in, hey, make a donation, But anyway, Friday at Olympia Hills. It's always a good time. It's going to be good weather.
Thank you.
And you might even get to meet Dr. Gibson, maybe. I don't know.
He'll be there. Next, let's have the report on board advocacy, trustee visibility and commitment within the district, the community, and with other governmental entities. Mr. Pivito.
Yeah, as if you've been here at any board meeting, I do my watchdog thing at Green Valley Elementary in the cafeteria at lunchtime. It's really great. It's a great time. I've been doing that and I've probably said this already, but I was able to attend with Ms. Dreisbach the meet and greet with the Chamber of Commerce. Not exactly sure what the title of the group was, but it was kind of a leadership team kind of thing here in the central office on a Friday morning at 8 o'clock. And it was great. It's good seeing those people. We had one of our students who was here tonight. Nick Chavez was actually in that group, so it's good to see him. Also, probably said this already, but I was able to attend the robotics competition. It was the second round, the area finals. We had 3 elementary schools involved. It was a Sunday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. full day, but our kids were well represented, and we had 3 elementaries involved and an intermediate school. Kids did a great job. This is the thing, 60 teams were in competition that day. Public schools, private schools, elementary through junior high school, home schools, and they only moved two teams to further competition. So it was a tough road, and our schools did really well. But anyway, it was good to see the kids. They enjoyed it, had a great time. By the end of the day, their energy level was much higher than the adults. But anyway, thank you. That's it.
I got to read at Rose Garden on Dr. Seuss Day, Green Eggs and Ham. Ms. Pratt is great about having us come be speakers there. Mr. Westbrook and I were able to attend a joint security meeting, school security meeting, with both cities that Dr. Gibson put together, and just listen. That was very good. And then the Saturday of spring break, I was able to see 5 of our Steele and Clemens kids receive scholarships from the Guadalupe Aggie Moms Club, and all those that are attending Texas A&M.
Mr. Perkins.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to attend the Tri-County Chamber Luncheon on last Tuesday, and then the Communities and Schools Board meeting this week, and also the Chamber luncheon this morning, or at lunch, where we presented, where Dr. Gibson presented, and Lakeview College as well.
There's only other thing that's different. Attended the MASBA, Mexican American School Board Association conference, I guess about 3 or 4 weeks ago. I know Mr. Westbrook and Mr. Perkins were there. It's kind of hard to believe sometimes, but I think we're, 40%?
Yep.
40, slightly over 40% Hispanic students. So I'm glad we did join that organization. It was a good time, and learned a lot about trying to educate and work with different cultures. So
Thank you. I attended the 23rd. Attended the Steel basketball game versus Johnson. The Masba, the Miss Cibolo pageant. I think we had all of the winners for Miss Cibolo were Clemens attendees, 3 or 4. Maybe we can have them here. Grassroots meeting on February 28th. And winter governance in Corpus. And then I went to the Schertz Chamber luncheon this afternoon. I will tell you that I attended several meetings at the winter governance, and they were presented by students. So I don't know if I can ever ask this district to sort of send some students there to sort of do some presentations the same way that Dr. Gibson and Amy do the good governance presentation. It'd be nice for the students to do a presentation at winter governance.
Yeah, there were 312 candidates that
Exactly so.
walked through tonight, I would say.
Be nice to see some students present. Next, we will have new business report and discussion items. Dr. Gibson.
Yeah, thank you, President Westbrook. And on page 20 in your board book to kind of get back and acclimated to the board book, and we've got a good hour of work ahead of us here with discussion items. To help kick that off with some brevity so that we have a guest speaker or two tonight. I want to make sure to give them plenty of time to share some information. But if you'll notice on page 20 that at the March 2018 board meeting, we're just simply on our strategic plan report, we're giving a report on the implementation of the strategic plan. And just, this will be one comment, and then that's it. We won't have a priority 1 or priority 2 or priority 3 because we're in a state of transition right now. And team 1, I don't know, was that 4 hours probably the other day, or 3 hours? Probably we extended it, so a 3 or 4 hour session that we worked just on priority 1, not the old priority 1. In fact, if you look, there's only one tower in here. Mr. Pivito, we're gonna let you do the honors. Even though technically it's still in play, pull it down, and we are getting mock-up of the new strategic plan, which is on page 21 in your board book. We're getting those done now, and they'll be distributed at convocation, and in the meantime, we're working on all of the metrics that we would present to the board starting in August or September. And we'll give a wrap-up report in February, March, April, and May of the current priorities, but it'll kind of be just a culminating end of the 4-year life report, and then we'll transition to the new strategic plan starting in August.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pruski and Mr. Mosley, 2018 construction update.
Gibson and members of the board. So tonight's construction update, we'll start with our Rose Garden project. We are at 80% complete on Rose Garden. If you've been by there, you've seen a lot of stuff continuing to go on out there. Really taking shape out there. From the outside, you see a lot of grading and things. Really starting to see what that campus is going to look like when we get finished. Ongoing activities. This is our continuing list of things that are happening. Lots and lots going on. Some of the highlights here: ceramic tile installation continuing. We are getting some of our kitchen equipment installed. You'll see some pictures of that in just a little bit. Landscaping, irrigation, some of the berms are being formed out there with some of our grading. There's our representation of what it'll look like when we finish. Here's our site plan. So this is our entrance, our front entry. So you can kind of see the front entry's taking some shape. We've got some brick in there. On the right side over there, that's our receptionist area. We'll have some storefront going up there. This is our library and clinic. So the library on the left-hand side there, our clinic on the right-hand side. So you can see the storefront's actually already up in the clinic area. This is our kitchen. So you can see some of the kitchen equipment in there. And if I'm not mistaken, those are combi ovens, Ms. Cornejo? Yeah. Okay. Learning a little bit there. Lots of exterior flat work, concrete work going on. On the right-hand side over there, you can see our discovery area. Outside with some of our planter beds and stuff that are going up there. 2-week look ahead, brick installation, completing the brick installation, MEP specialties, a lot of the MEP is completed. Framing and sheetrock installations continuing, ceilings, interior finishes, landscaping, irrigation, and flat work looking ahead. So project's going well. Thank you.
Good evening. Regarding Samuel Clemens, as you can see there, about 39% complete. Moving forward, just some of the big rocks here with the ongoing activity. So CTE building was completed back in December. Site work around the building is still going on. They're trying to tidy up a few things there. The practice gym construction, well, we'll go through the new classroom administration, so we'll go in that order with the building. So coming around, looking at completing that new front addition with the classrooms and administrative. That front wing will be done August of 2018. So that one is the MEP rough ends going on, the stone going on the outside, trying to close it up and dry it in, so to speak, and then working on the interior. So that is moving along rather nicely. Then coming back around towards the practice gym, that also on target for being completed in August of 2018. Same thing there, framing and sheathing and waterproofing going on, along with the MEP rough ends. The event center, that is the front, I guess you can call it the front main entry of that event center, looking to being completed in August of 2018. And just as a reminder, that's to the right of the gyms and to the left of the auditorium. So the auditorium is in December. This is the middle section. This will be the entry, and then down below will be the athletic locker rooms, and then up above is choir and dance. So those items going on with that timetable. So we're kind of in a crunch time now with April, May, June, and then the summer, and getting those areas ready for August to having that front and the gym and the middle of that event center ready to go. So just kind of went around in the blue. And again, the auditorium piece being, that's targeted for December of this year. Then, again, just some site work pictures around CTE, the new asphalt going in around there. That we're working on the sidewalks and finishing those. The aforementioned northeast parking lot is officially turned over to us as of Monday. So student parking going on in there. And then you can see a lot of activity going on in that event center auditorium, the event center being in the middle and the auditorium towards the bottom there. So you kind of get an idea. And here's another picture of that. So a lot of steel waiting to finish it up. This is a look from the L-Bell side to the front of the building there. So you can kind of see the front wing taking shape, closing it in with the metal panels and having the stone wrap as well as the windows. Little close-up picture there, the glass installation. And again, and then coming around to the gym, and you can kind of see in the bottom right there that grand staircase, that entryway that's going up to that second floor. That's the big stairs. Our greenhouse, expected completion later on this month and having that turned over. And then just basically with our 2-week look ahead is keeping the things moving forward on all those aforementioned areas there. So for the sake of brevity, I just wanted to, they're still moving along in the different phases on the perimeter of that building. Moving forward then, HVAC, anything to add there? Okay. And then just as a reminder on the HVAC, we have 2 phases of this. We're finishing up Watts, Wilder, Jordan, and we're starting up Pascal, and then later the East Wing of Central Office. So that's coming. And then technology, moving forward with the infrastructure, phone replacement, and classroom technology. I believe Combs Consulting managing on that, and phase 1 to begin in June. So another one we're kind of holding off on until that June timeframe. So any questions?
Any questions? As a, just as a reminder, you happen to remember how much Combs Consulting was? How much Combs Consulting is managing the classroom technology? What is that costing? You remember the numbers behind it?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
It was 100, Amy says 100, 99.
Well, we can verify and put it in the board update,
Yeah.
because that was, that would have been part of a previous bid.
Just 90,000, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And Mr. Westbrook, if I may, on new business item number 3 and number 4, they kind of go together, and we have a guest speaker tonight to help us, and if I can kind of frame up both of those items. and I'm distributing, in fact, and Paige, I'm gonna get Clay, I'm gonna give you a copy of this budget parameter memo, and come on up and I'll hand it to you, because I wanna make sure you have the most recent version of it. And if I may, Paige, I'm just gonna kind of kick this off. So we're gonna hear a little bit about the TRE, and I wanna distribute the budget parameter memo. Ms. Armstrong, I'm gonna give you a copy, since you're here from the community and you heard some information about it a while ago that may or may have not been completely accurate. So when the board meets and holds a workshop, they capture whatever comments they agree to with regards to the budget in this budget parameter memo. So those top bulleted statements that are up there are the statements that the board had agreed to heretofore. So, you know, anyone at any point can say anyone said anything, and yeah, you can do that, but we capture it because we know that gets tough. Well, he said, well, they said, well, she said, well, he, and so we capture it in the form of this memo to make sure we're all on the same page. And then this memo just stays in front of the board nonstop until its action is taken on it. So we project action to be taken at the April board meeting. April the 3rd, I believe, is a workshop. Is that right? April 3 April. What we're going to ask the board, and so bottom line tonight is there's no action. The board is not taking action tonight. We have a consultant here to give us some information. We're going to talk about these points on the the budget parameter memo. We're going to see if the board has any questions tonight. We're going to see if the board has any needs tonight for April the 3rd. And then on April the 3rd, we are going to ask 2 questions. And those are highlighted in yellow, and we'll go over them in just a little bit, because to move forward, we need these to not have questions embedded in these bullet points. They need to be statements. They don't need to be questions. And so at the April workshop, that's when we're going to ask the board to remove the question marks out of those and pick one number or the other, just so we know where we stand at the April board meeting. So I just kind of wanted to start it with that. One part of that conversation is the TRE. In your board packet, page 24, 25, and 26 is a timeline that our attorney has provided to us. And I'm going to let Paige say something. She wants to say something, then we're going to turn it over to Clay.
Yes, tonight we have Clay Binford from Norton Rose Fulbright with us, and what he's just going to provide is some options that we would have for the election should we pursue a tax ratification election.
Thank you, Paige. And as stated, my name is Clay Binford. I represent the district as bond counsel, and we also, the scope of our services extends to certain things that are related to debt and cash flow management, such as tax ratification elections. Excuse me, and I'm going to talk a little bit about tax ratification elections, or TREs, because this is typically a topic that is surrounded by a lot of confusion. And the reason for that is simple, in that the law that governs these issues is extremely confusing. And so what we're trying to do is break through some of that confusion to help give you the information that you need in order to make the decisions to proceed with your budgetary items as you go through this process. The tax ratification election is a requirement by state law that is mandatory if you adopt an M&O tax rate that exceeds your rollback rate. And when you're at $1.04 on your M&O side, anything in excess of that on the M&O side that you adopt triggers the requirement for a tax ratification election. That requirement for the election occurs when you adopt the tax rate levy for the upcoming year. The first item would be adoption of your tax rate. The second item would be calling a tax ratification election if your tax rate exceeded that $1.04 amount. Now, the benefit of you planning at this stage of your year is that the earliness of these actions gives you a lot of flexibility, because the further you get in the process, the less flexibility you have, and the more prescripted by law your actions, if you were to adopt a tax in excess of that levy, would require that you do certain things. And what I'm talking about specifically is the timing of when you are allowed under the applicable law to conduct a tax ratification election. Now, your typical tax adoption process is to wait for the certified values to be received in July, and off of that you build your budget. You post and publish notices of your tax rate in order to comply with truth in taxation, and then you adopt your tax rate and your budget at the same time. That would be the quote-unquote regular tax adoption strategy. And if you do that process late summer, then the law essentially requires that you conduct that tax ratification election on the November uniform election day. There are some exceptions to that, but typically the way the timing works, that's where you're going to fall most likely. Many districts find that problematic, and the problem being is one of timing. You have a requirement to deliver final tax bills to your local appraisal districts so that they can send out tax bills to your taxpayers. You have the uncertainty of knowing what your budget is until you get so far into your school year. But those are practical realities that many districts undertake and accomplish. State law does provide you a variance to this, and this is called the early adoption process, which allows you to split the tax rate adoption and the budget adoption process and to conduct an election significantly earlier in the year in advance of that November uniform day. And the way that process works, instead of waiting for your final certified values in July, you can formulate your budget and your tax rate adoption methodology off of preliminary certified estimated values that should be available around the end of April. Now, if you do that, state law allows you, it's one of the few instances where you are allowed to have an election on a measure on a date other than a uniform day that occurs in May and November. You can choose your election day, again, predicated off your adoption of your tax rate, if you adopt your tax rate before you adopt your budget. And so what this allows you to do is, upon the adoption of your tax rate, you have to conduct an election to ratify your tax rate not sooner than 30 nor later than 90 days after that tax rate adoption occurs. You still have to accommodate your truth in taxation requirements up to the time that you adopt your tax rate, but after that you have some flexibility. Within that 60-day window, you can conduct your election in a way that can allow these matters to be certain before you adopt your budget and before you begin your new fiscal year. So we've had districts that have asked for our advice on how to accomplish this, and within the 60 to or the 30 to 90-day window, receiving your certified estimated values in April, conducting your truth in taxation, roughly works out to having an election around the end of August that coincides with people coming back to school. So there is some symmetry in that. There is some some certainty, knowing that you're going to start your school year with what your budget's going to be, and you don't have a requirement of sending out multiple tax bills in the event that the voters roll back your tax rate to something other than what you adopted. So this gives you some flexibility, but these are the two different paths that people have to take. Now, the second part of this that I didn't mention in the early adoption aspect is, when do you adopt your budget? Well, you have other guidelines that are required that you adopt your budget by August 31st. So with this schedule, it allows you to conduct your TRE and then subsequently adopt your budget based on what you know your finances are going to be as a result of the results of the election. So why I started this by saying you have flexibility in determining your future is because you have not taken any actions yet that would preclude you from conducting an election under the early adoption methodology, predominantly being an adoption of your budget. Once you adopt your budget, you're locked into the longer-term regular pattern, but because we're starting early and you can split the two, you retain that option if you want to undertake that. So those are your two options. The timetable that Dr. Gibson has passed out, that considers as to what an early adoption, non-uniform election day might look like, along with all of the steps for publication of your truth in taxation, but also your notices of budget approval. We would have a second timetable that would be for a November uniform election day if you wanted to see that as well. But I know that this board is well versed in bond elections and trustees elections on uniform days, so you should have a good idea of what that would look like. You would be adopting your tax rate sometime in the early part of August, adopting your budget at the same time. But again, you now have a departure because you were a full 2 and a half months into your school year before you would have certainty as to what your budget would be. So I'm going to pause right there, Dr. Gibson. If there are any questions from anybody or the board, now would be a good time.
That was on page 25 in our packet of the dates.
the timeline, yeah.
You know, I recall during our budget meeting, there was a conversation about, you know, the $1.06 versus $1.09. And I think that it came to kind of, if I recall correctly, please correct me if I'm, you know, in error, but I think there was kind of an aha moment when it was, when we had discovered that going to 2 cents, the state pays more. Going to 9 cents, the local pays more. And I think that was kind of, and I recall that being very clear to me that there's not much gain, you know, not a positive, well, there's gain, but, you know, I mean, is it worth the, you know, the
Yeah,
fallout?
30, I believe, Mr. Finley, and he was correct, 35% of the total capacity of all 13 cents is in the first 2 pennies.
Yeah, yeah, and so
That's what
I
he
think
said.
that was kind of, to me, I had not realized that. So, and I recall that being really the focus of quite a bit of the questioning after that, if I'm.
Yeah, no, and Mr. Pivot, to that point, and I appreciate you bringing that up. There's 3 bullets, and this is why I passed
Sure.
out the budget parameter memo. There's 3 bullets that are highlighted yellow. Those were the ones that came out of that meeting.
Right.
And that third from the bottom reflects what you're saying. So
Yeah.
2 cent or
Okay.
5 cent or
Yeah.
0. And that was
Right.
that aha. We observed
Yeah,
the same thing, and that's where that bullet point came
Okay,
from.
I thought that was the case. I was, you know, thought maybe I was dreaming or something, anyway.
I know another thing in our discussion at that budget workshop was also concerning if they would get their tax bill, and how would that work? Would they get a second one? So you're saying moving that election up, they would only end up, if we did do any kind of, let's just even say 2 cents, that would be, their bill would be reflected the first time they receive it.
That's correct.
And, okay, now I'll ask the opposite of that. If the November election, there's a chance that they'll get 2 statements.
Correct. That would be you would have the tax bills prepared off of the tax rate that you adopted, which would be, let's assume you did the 2 golden pennies, which people call them because of the additional state aid that you received. Your tax bills would go out at the $1.06 rate. In the event that the electorate did not support the election, you would have your rate rolled back to $1.04, and new bills would have to go out to everybody.
And then if it passed,
Nothing would happen. The
Okay.
bills that went out at the $1.06 would remain valid and
Okay.
effective.
all right.
So with the November, then that could also possibly change their escrow and the mortgage payment? Would
It's
that
possible.
back and forth
Yeah,
kind of thing?
I would have to think, I've never been asked that question.
Be
That's a
very
good one.
confusing
If
for-
they are factoring how
Yeah.
to calculate that amount, yes, sir, because the tax rate
Yeah.
would change.
Because it would go out in one way, but then if it changed, of course, then they'd have to reset everything, and,
Mhm.
well, that'd be a mess. Anyway, yeah, okay, thank you.
Those are the kind of the logistical comments, I guess, surrounding the tax statements. And you mentioned probably, you know, one of the biggest advantages of the August from the budgetary standpoint is knowing what your budget is before the budget actually begins.
Right.
Then, you know, flip it over and we'll do the flip side. Probably the advantage to the November is that's when people are used to elections occurring.
That's correct.
Anything? So with this document, do you see this? Who created this document?
You did, sir. It's the board budget parameter memo.
Okay, so.
We did it on your behalf.
We did, yeah, we did do it. Well, I'm looking at the expenditure considerations, and it was my understanding at the February 12th meeting that, okay, so on this document it says salary increase in staffing, 1 to 3% increase, scenarios, analysis of resignations and retires, a one-time payout, and no return cost. But it was my understanding that the teachers theoretically could receive a 1.5% raise, one-time payout, or not, even at 104. So,
Yeah, it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, 6th bullet from the top. So
Okay.
a lot of this stuff at the bottom now, and we'll need to update some of that before April the 3rd, but we're bringing that up to these bullets up at the top. So that, I think there were two statements that were made at that workshop. One was that that could be done with a balanced budget if we let staff go. I mean, we would have to, that was my recollection, was that we would have to take a corresponding amount of staff and go that much deeper in staff in order to provide it. That started the conversation about doing it out of fund balance as a one-time payment.
Yes.
That's what started that conversation.
Yes.
Remember, we talked about the careful analysis of every resignation from now.
yes, wouldn't be
On.
filled. I got,
Yeah.
through attrition.
Yeah.
I just wondered about the perception that teachers may have that the TRE, their raise or their one-time payout is being sort of ransomed upon the success or failure of a TRE election.
Yeah, one of the reasons that we brought at the board's discretion at that meeting, we brought it up to this statement is to get away from
Okay.
that because that's what the board had said. So one-time staff payment equivalent to 1.5 to 2% from general operating fund balance. Then we
Yes.
don't have to worry about it passing or not passing. We're committing to it no matter what.
Okay.
So
I
we
know that
can, we
perception-
can modify any of these based on the board's desire.
Like you said, it's somewhat complicated, but if a teacher thinks that the only way they're gonna get a raise is if the TRE passes, that's a miss, I would think that'd be wrong.
Well, it is in the short term.
Yeah, in the short term,
I can't
yes.
tell you over time, if something doesn't give, something's gotta give. So if there's not more state funding that comes into the system, then something has to give
Yes,
over time.
I get it, yes.
The one-time pay increase, what we were establishing there was, we could say that we were gonna do that in the compensation booklet, and it just be a done deal, so you wouldn't tie those two things together.
So we purposefully bifurcated it from that to keep that from happening in the board, in the staff's mind.
All right. And so I also heard that we were trying to dodge a November election. I'm not saying I agree with it. But from what you just said, your response would be, there's a timing of issue of the tax bill, and then there's the uncertainty of a tax rate, which is reason why we would do it in August as opposed to November.
Yes, sir.
I also recall, I believe I asked the question that evening about the TRS, and even the one time would go into their TRS.
After further research, I don't know what the clarification was that night. It's very difficult to do that if you don't push it into the pay scales. It's very difficult.
Okay, I got you.
It gets into that thing for service of time.
Right.
So you have to do it more as a retention and establish a date that the
Okay.
employee was employed
Okay.
rather than
Okay.
number of days worked, because TRS compensation has to accrue.
Mr. Westbrook,
Yes,
to your point,
Okay.
I hear things like that as well, and sometimes, I don't want to say that it aggravates me, but it's the fact that people will call something like this a loophole, or that maybe you're doing it to exactly do what you just said
Yes.
you don't agree with, but somebody would say you're dodging the November election. This is all grounded in the exact same statute. There is not some alternative source of law that we're bringing into this. It's all within
Yes.
the tax code, and they say you can do A or B. And the A is specifically to address the logistical reasons that I've talked about. So,
Thank you.
And we have held bond elections in May, and we've held bond elections in November. We've held them on their own in May, and then just due to timing of construction and things like that.
Any other questions?
And this, again, this is just kind of framing up the workshop. We will need to I've heard the commercial, get the red out. We'll need to get the yellow out at that workshop, because those questions, we need guidance from the board that night, about what we're moving forward. And then, quite frankly, I mean, the way this process works is that at the April board meeting annually, we ask the board to adopt the budget parameter memo. And I'll go ahead and say this, that maybe it's a 5-1 vote, maybe it's a 7-0 vote, maybe it's a 4-3 vote, I don't know, but the point with all that is, it's the time that we've got to kind of stop talking, we got to lay out the framework, and we got to vote on the framework, and then that way the staff, primarily a lot of these folks over here, have their marching orders to go do the work they've got to do to be ready for the budget to bring back to the full board in August, especially when it may include in August, TRE, which is a possibility, as has been noted.
From your,
I have one more clarification. So without any legislative changes from the state, the only way for us to get an increase from the state contribution is to go for those 2 gold pennies.
Well, beyond the formula, I mean, when we grow with
Right.
kids, technically
The
we get more state
The
funding.
more butts and seats at 10 in the
That's right.
morning, right. But it,
However, this is the final way for this district to maximize state funding, is to get those 2 cents.
And I do feel pretty comfortable in saying we've been following the Finance Commission. And there have been a lot of good presentations, but it looks like it's gonna land on, I mean, the state's gonna be facing a deficit budget due to Hurricane Harvey. You know, there's some plans on the table, the TASB plan, the Equity Center plan, but those are gonna require the infusion of more money into the state budget, and it's just not looking good right now.
Yeah, to that point, and then we'll wrap up and this is anecdotal, and I did share it at the last workshop, but at the TASA Midwinter Conference, I happened to just all of a sudden show up next to the commissioner. I mean, literally, Carla saw it. It was just like, all of a sudden, we're standing beside each other. And, you know, of all the questions for him to ask, you know, he said, how's things? And then the first question was, have you done a TRE yet? Which I thought was just the weirdest question. And I said, no. And he said, well, okay. You know, it's coming. And, you know, for the leader of, and I think to Paige's point, he's saying there's not wiggle room in this, and all the districts are going to have to get this in the part of their toolbox before the state, not we in that case, but before the state considers it as like in a lawsuit, I guess. Because right now what the state has said is that as long as districts have meaningful discretion, meaning tax ratification election, until they exercise it, don't come back to us and ask us for additional help. That's just what the law is.
we hear the same thing.
Yeah, that's the law of the land as it exists right now.
there's one other comment I've heard also, so you tell me how you would answer, I don't know, Dr. Gibson or Paige or even you. We can survive this year without a tax ratification election, so why not wait until next year?
Because we said that 3 years ago, and we said it 2 years ago, and we said it 1 year ago. So I don't know which year we actually mean it. And it was a board-approved goal for me for this last year, 18 months ago, to begin exploration of it, because at that time we said, there you go, legislative session just went by, and we just, we didn't get anything, and we got a Supreme Court decision saying you haven't met meaningful discretion. And so that was, at that time, 18 months ago, that's when the board adopted the goal for me to begin the research of it. And tonight, here we are, the research is done. And this is kind of the final, we have no more experts to bring in. You did a good job, Clay, being the final expert to bring in. We have no more experts.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Clay.
Next, we have a reversal of remaining funds presented by Paige Maloney, discussion for committed fund balance.
Yes, thank you, President Westbrook, Dr. Gibson, and members of the board. If you'll remember back in 2013, some of you, we committed a significant amount of funds from the general operating fund balance for the stadium renovations, the Wilder renovation, and the community swimming pool. Those projects are all complete, and we have $234,647 that are still committed. Under GASB Statement 54, our committed funds and the fund balance cannot be used for another purpose unless the board reverses that commitment. And so the discussion item tonight is to put that as an action item through the consent for next meeting to uncommit those funds and put them back into the uncommitted general operating fund balance.
So as bad as that sounds, this is actually a good thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Reversal of funds doesn't sound good, but it's a good thing.
And this is coming, you said you want to have it next month for an action item?
Yes, we would put it as an action item next month to uncommit those funds.
Any questions? All right, next, can we have the briefing of recommendations from the Texas School Safety Center, presented by Dr. Gibson and Michelle Shea?
Yeah, let me make sure that Michelle has,
don't have
Dee Dee and I owned it last today. I apologize, I should have. We kind of did, no, it's, they already have one. And Michelle, if I may, before, and I'm going to turn it over to Michelle quickly. So tonight is really just kind of giving the board a peek at the work that's been done in the last 30 days, culminating with the meeting that Ms. Dreisbeck, I believe, brought up earlier, not culminating, but beginning, culmination of the work that began at the meeting that Ms. Dreisbeck brought up earlier. And we'll have a brief conversation in executive session a little bit later tonight on a couple of the items. But generally speaking, the plan moving forward is laid out before you, and Ms. Shea is going to kind of talk us through it.
Yeah, thank you. So we have two safety committees as a district. One is our EPAC, which stands for Emergency Preparedness Advisory Committee, and then the SSIT, which is the School Safety Integration Team, or Student Safety Integration Team. And so we've met our EPAC, and I'd like to actually introduce Brian Clark, who's back here. He's our coordinator of truancy and safety. So he and I have partnered with this, along with one of our high school assistant principals, Amy Sarasati, in leading this work. In response to Governor Abbott's points of consideration that were sent out at the end of February, there were 9 points, and as we went back and looked at it at the Texas School Safety Center, we looked at the recommendations and really aligned it to the safety standards, which you can see in this document here. And so these safety standards were given to, EPAC had another meeting this last Monday. Where
They have them. I want to make sure you know
Yes,
that.
you
So
have
I just,
those,
I just
Thank you,
passed them out. Okay.
And so they went through and looked at each of these standards, and these are nationally recognized standards normed to the National Incident Management System and standards. And you can see the color coding of what things were already in progress or have been completed. Some are ongoing or annual things, and then other areas that to look at for areas of improvement as we move forward. Okay. Also, we're excited about what Dr. Gibson will share with you in your executive session in relation to this and what possible next steps. And then this will also be brought to a public meeting on April 5th. We're doing a public school safety summit to really collaborate with the community and share what we're doing, and knowing that we're in compliance, but we definitely have areas where we can improve and really make things even better and stronger.
So the April 5th meeting, we're working to get it live streamed, I believe, and for people to be, stakeholders to be able to submit their questions online as we're talking. And the biggest push of that meeting will be to lay out the alignment of our plan to the Texas School Safety Center, which is the preeminent expert. And I can just tell you, I feel good about, I mean, you line up 1,000 people and you ask them, their opinion of school safety, and you're going to get 1,000 different answers going in 1,000 different directions. I would dare someone that did that to not go back to these 4 standards and find where they anchor into one of these 4 standards or the sub-pieces, sub-components. And that's kind of the whole point. So when we always talk about being research-based and job embedded, so this is kind of the research base that's out there. This is the best thing that we have. And I'm amazed, and I think sometimes this is my personal opinion, when it's 20 miles away, it's that whole, nothing good could have come from Jerusalem, concept. So when it's 20 miles away, you think, Texas State University, well, and then you watch national news, and they're interviewing somebody from the school safety center, in Florida or New York, because it's considered to be just one of the preeminent authorities in the nation on school safety. So I feel good that we're kind of anchoring our movement forward to that framework.
Ms. Shea, didn't we at that meeting, we had like 9 or something, and we added that 10th one? But
Yes, we
now
actually added-
there's more pages. I was
So
like,
that's a great question.
Yep.
Thank you for, so on this document,
Mhm.
if you look, like, there's 4 phases from the School Safety Center, and so on that first page is phase 1, prevention and mitigation. And under that it says points of consideration addressed. And so that's the 1 through, actually 11. And the additional ones that we added, is there original 9 from the governor?
yeah, because then we added that 10th one
Right,
was
we
going to be
added 10th
building.
was- Right, the district facilities, which is
Mhm.
the safety audit that we do. And then number 11 was bullying prevention and intervention. And as we tied it back to these safety standards, it actually was standard, I can't remember which, it's under
4?
number 1, the
Oh.
prevention and mitigation. Bullying fell in under there. So we felt really good about including that because that is a safety, it falls under safety.
So that's a great
thank you for
question, Amy. And so what Ryan and Michelle basically pointed out was that the 9-point memo that came out in response to it wasn't necessarily comprehensive to their overall framework. Do you see what I'm saying? And so they said that the framework is actually these 4 things with all of these sub-bullets under it. And that they were spot on. I mean, how long did it take you to convince me we need to do this? Like 30 seconds. Once I
Yeah.
understood what she was saying, I went, oh, I get it. Yeah, you're right. We need to do it based on the 4. And we say 4 standards, but you see, look, all the
other 4 phases, really? Yeah, and if you
Yeah.
go to this website, it has, the phases are prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. And then underneath that, there are specific standards that are nationally normed.
And then underneath that are specific actions that are aligned to
Correct.
those standards.
Yes.
And that's what we're going to align our actions to those actions of the experts. And we localize them. I mean, that's, that's the whole point. But we want to anchor them on best practice and strong research.
Are there any questions?
So we have the EPAC and the SSIT. How many people make up the EPAC?
EPAC, Ryan, there was a full house the other day. Do you remember about how many?
18 people.
And then the SSIT is really more school personnel, campus administrators that are looking more specifically at some of the really campus-based preparedness.
Okay. And so you've had an opportunity to stakeholders from SROs? Police department? Fire department? Communications? Is there ever going to be a drill? Like a sort of a dry run, sort of to say, hey, on a Saturday we get together, let's make believe that there's an active shooter on campus and.
Possibly. Now we're kind of getting to some of the things I would like to talk about in executive session.
Okay, just as long as we know all the stakeholders. All right, because I think a month ago we talked about the communication, the radios.
Yes.
not
Yeah, and
functioning in
that
certain
will be
parts.
one of the moving forward action steps.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank
So
you.
I would think 1 or 2 bullets under the last column to the right under each standard, if that makes sense. Moving forward, and again, I'll talk a little bit more about that in executive session.
Anything else? Nope. Next, can we have the discussion local policy update? Dr. Greg Gibson, educational philosophy.
This is going to spark a good hour-long conversation, so everybody brace yourself. We struck out our old vision statement and mission statement, and we put our new vision statement and mission statement in the policy. We're following the process for policy updates. The board has actually already approved those. We just haven't officially approved them in board policy. That really is all I have to say about that, okay? So,
Does this need to be an action item some other time?
yes, it will need to be,
In April?
come back, in April as an action item. But it literally is just changing the mission and the vision statement in board policy.
Next, we'll have discussion, policy GKD, local community relations, non-school use of school facilities, presented by J.D. Mosley and Dr. Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Westbrook and Dr. Gibson, members of the board. The item you have in front of you is a local update to our local GKD policy. Bottom line up front is our current policy does not allow nonprofit or for-profit organizations to use our district facilities for fundraising or financial gain. The recommended policy revision would allow these organizations to follow an administrative process in order to allow the district to provide exceptions to that policy. If you kind of look down towards the bottom of our item there, you can kind of see the wording that we're looking at. The nonprofit fundraising section of the GKD would change as follows. The shall not would be replaced with may. And then on the for-profit use section of GKD would remain the same, but an added section for exception reading, any exceptions to this policy must follow administrative regulation GKD and be approved by the superintendent or designee. The sample policy is also listed there. You can see the changes in red for the nonprofit fundraising, and just again, shall not, may, and then the addition of that exceptions piece to this policy. This is an X policy. If you look at districts around us, this is an X policy for every district that I've looked at. And most all districts are in, the policies look very different. There is consensus that most districts allow the organizations to use facilities for financial gain. That being said, we're really not trying to promote this. We're just trying to allow some exceptions when we see that there could be an added value for our staff, an added value for our students, so something that would not adversely affect our facilities and in those manners. So that's what we're looking at. Take any questions.
No questions. Next, we will have the discussion commercial driver's license, third-party skills testing memorandum of understanding with Texas Department of Public Safety, presented by Francisco Perez.
Good evening, Dr. Gibson, President Westbrook, and members of the board. The Texas Department of Public Safety recently started a program allowing school districts to administer the commercial driver's license skills and road test for school district employees. This stems from recent changes to their testing program, which reduced the number of CDL testing sites, therefore adding wait time for those that are willing to take the again, the skills and road test. Part of the approval process includes training for 2 examiners or an examiner and their DPS certifications, as well as getting a route and testing sites approved. The training is free, but of course we would be responsible for transportation and lodging if the courses offer outside of the local area. For us, of course, this would reduce the wait time for transportation staff and coaches as they take their CDL test, as well as make improvements to our training program. Currently, after someone passes the written portion of the CDL test, we're experiencing a wait time of 45 days and to schedule the road test. So God forbid they fail the test, and now we have to wait another 30 to 45 days. So our employees would still have to take the written portion of it over at DPS, but the skills and the road test, of course, with us. This is a discussion item tonight. It will come back for action next month. Any questions?
He has shared in the board packet
Right.
all of the information related to this, 30 or 40 pages worth.
Right.
Is there any added cost to us?
Right now, just again, the transportation and lodging, if it's outside of the local area. And they recently had a training site location over in Austin. This was about a month ago. They do 4 per year, so it's gonna depend on where we really fall after we send in the application and gets approved. So we're hoping to get this done. If it gets approved, hopefully by the summer. So it's a long process. Background checks, fingerprints, again, approving of the application. So it's not something that would get done real fast.
$4,000, that's per person?
No, total. for 2 examiners.
For 2 exam, okay.
Right,
for two,
right.
okay.
And that's based on a training where we sent our safety trainer last year to a train-to-trainer course in College Station. But again, it could be in Austin, San Antonio, so that's going to depend on where that course is going to be offered.
Thank you. Any other questions? Discussion, superintendent areas of focus, school year 2018-19, presented by Dr. Gibson.
Thank you, President Westbrook. On page 70 in the board book and following pages is the list that the trustees, I believe on page 71, that the trustees reviewed as part of my evaluation. No changes have been made. I just brought it back tonight as a discussion item. Typically, trustees approve this in the spring of the year prior to the year that it's implemented, so that a lot of work around the summertime can be geared around this stuff before the year begins.
Any questions? Moving forward, we have discussion procurement of goods and services presented by Matt Rivera.
Hello, Mr. President, members of the board, and Dr. Gibson. Tonight we have 10 discussion items for procurement of goods and services. First up at bat is Mr. Mosley.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. So our first item tonight for solicitation is solicitation to provide contracted services to perform roofing repairs on district facilities. Our budget for this is coming from our EPP. We budgeted $150,000 for this year on roofing repairs. And we look to possibly approve more than one provider of these services. Take any questions. No questions. I guess I'll pass it over to Dr. Burkholder.
Thank you, JD. The next solicitation is to provide staff and classroom technology for Rose Garden, and including in the solicitation are professional laptops for teachers and administrators, microcomputers for office staff and library, monitors, student laptops, charging carts and stations, and deployment services. Are there any questions? Okay. The next solicitation is for display panels and mounts for Rose Garden. This is part of the regular classroom technology that is standard in the classrooms that we are providing now. These are for the smart display panels. Are there any questions? The next solicitation is for a network security audit. The audit will identify opportunities and recommendations for us to improve our security protocol for our network. This is an EPP project. We'll be back to the board for action in April. Are there any questions?
Probably fits under one of those 4 items that we talked about earlier with security.
Yes. Prevention especially. Questions? The next solicitation is for display panels and mounts for various campuses. This is to retrofit classrooms at Corbett, DAUP, Schertz, and Pascal with flat panel displays. This is a bond project and scheduled to begin, the plan to begin this summer in June. Are there any questions?
Those will all be done by start of school?
Yes.
Gotcha.
We have made it very strongly that they'll be done by August 1st. We'll see if we get them done by then, but they'll be done before school starts.
It's probably Clemens that we'll have to worry about.
Yes. Okay, if there are no questions. The next solicitation is for Cisco phones. These will provide phones for the new Rose Garden and throughout the district. It's to provide, the current phones have begun to fail and are at end of life. We're seeing about 5 to 10 per week fail. And this is a bond project. Are there any questions?
Are these the phones that are in the classrooms?
Yes, classrooms and
Yes.
office phones.
And office?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes.
We're putting phones, continuing phones in the classroom.
Yes, yes.
We've had phones in the classroom.
Yes,
so
we have.
So I would
Yes.
suspect we would be continuing
We
phones.
will
in-
continue to do that,
Okay.
yes.
I know it is, enhances safety. So
Yes.
appreciate that.
Okay, the next solicitation is for network and wireless LAN equipment for Rose Garden and the next phase of Clemens. This includes equipment such as network switches and wireless access points. This is a bond project. Are there any questions?
Is this, Dr. Burkholder, like bandwidth so they can, is it just the wireless? Because I
It's
know there are
just the
problems.
equipment.
Okay. Because I know there are problems
Yes,
with
and-
people being able to get on things. So,
And we, in fact, we have been over there at Clemens specifically, checking
That's
out
one of 'em I hear.
wings and, yeah.
well, you got students trying to get on. So.
Right, and I can talk to you offline about some of the
Okay.
things that we found. Okay, the next solicitation is for the installation of security cameras at Jordan Wilder, Allison Steele, and Schlother. This is an EPP project. Are there any questions?
We have moved on from surveillance security cameras to actual security cameras. We're not just
Security.
putting them in everywhere just so we can keep an eye on people.
That's correct. At entrances and high-traffic areas.
Yes, exactly. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. If there are no questions, I'll hand this off to Mr. Linhoff.
Yes, the next solicitation, the EPP funded item is for outfield fencing for both baseball and softball fields at Clemens and Steele High School. These fences to be safer, less maintenance over time, aesthetically superior to our current chain link fences.
One little bitty one left.
My little bitty one.
Yeah.
Solicitation is for the group health insurance for the 18-19 school year. We are on our timeline to bring you a recommendation to the board in April for our group health insurance for the 18-19 school year. We have recently met with our insurance consultants and reviewed the current bids that are in, and we have received some pretty good information about both fully insured and partially self-insured. And we're now in the process of going back to asking these insurance companies to give us their best and final offer. So we'll be able to bring that back to you in April as a recommendation.
There, just to kind of summarize, there was more good news, I guess, than bad news, and so some favorable numbers. We don't, we are asking them to sharpen their pencils one more time, and so, you know, we want to leave it at that if we can, because we want to get it back to them and get them to compete against each other at least one more time and see if it can get even better.
All right, thank you very much.
And then before we go on, Mr. Pruski needed to add something to an earlier report. He's been waiting patiently till the end of the discussion items.
Yes, this goes back to the construction report. I failed to mention an item there that we are investigating now. We feel confident that with the Clemens project, some remaining funds are forecasted to be left over into that account. And with that, if you can bear with me for 1 second, I wanted to go back to that site plan real quick. And again, I apologize for going
No,
backwards
there's
on you
no
guys.
worries. It's better than thinking about it tomorrow.
Yeah. So as you see with the shop building, the front wing, the gym, and the auditorium space, the area that we are interested in and going in and looking at is a renovation, not an extension of space or adding to space, but a renovation of the existing band hall. For the most part, almost all the areas of those, the major areas of focus in the campus, the big areas, so to speak, will be touched, and this is one that we feel we can go in there and start investigating what we can do there. We can't go up, and with the structure, we don't believe we have the funds for that. But what we are investigating is what can we do inside to bring it up to current standards and update it, so to speak, and to help them out with some capacity issues inside the building. We can look at going forward and moving into that. So I wanted to present that and let the board know that there is a possibility there. We'll be going through this exercise, and I'll be reporting back to the board on what this looks like and kind of giving some concepts and ideas on before we move further.
Very good. Yeah, if everybody's good.
Yes,
That,
I'm
we
good.
appreciate you making sure that we got that as part of the report.
And again, I'm sorry and I apologize, but thank you for
This,
your time.
and this was discussed early on. It just was tabled until we got to a point that we knew we, didn't fall off the bottom of the earth with a cave down below it, or, something like that. And we're feeling confident enough now.
Present a decent plan.
Which, by the way, congratulations. You have definitely changed the skyline of the city of Schertz. Yeah.
Next, we have the board consideration and consensus on discussion items eligible for action under consent agenda. This is where item allows trustees an opportunity to consider which discussion items on this month's agenda may be eligible for board action under the consent agenda for next month's meeting. 3 and 4 up under new business, that'll be on the 3rd of April, right?
Correct, and then there may be subsequent action items, the budget parameter memo, but I wouldn't recommend putting it on consent.
Okay.
There would
so
need to be a final discussion, if you will.
So committed fund balance, reversal of remaining funds, action item in April. We have discussion policy AE, April action item. Local policy GKD, April action item. Commercial driver's license, April action item. And then the discussion items A through J. All for consent? Is that pretty much it, or was there anything else, Dr. Gibbs?
The areas of focus, and that's just your
No.
discretion, either way.
Might as well consider it in Dr. Gibson's superintendent areas of focus, April action item.
Okay.
Is there anything else?
I think we're good.
All right. Next, we have action items, consent agenda. Dr. Gibson?
Yeah, tonight, we have consent agenda items, and then 2 other quick action items, and then maybe an hour executive session. So it's under consideration right now is the consent agenda.
Mr. President, I've got a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented in the agenda. As presented in the agenda.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passes 6-0. Somebody's not here. Completes the action items. Other action items. Request for board action, TASB policy update 110, affecting the following local policies presented by Dr. Gibson.
Yeah, thank you, President Westbrook. And we mentioned this last month, and it's found on page 168 and 169 in the board book. And it actually is just a cleanup of the way we now conduct elections on the November cycles and which places are in which November and the other places that are in the other November cycles every other odd year. So this is just, the local policy is just simply, this reflects what the board is practicing. All other components of Update 110 are legal items through the last legislative session, and we believe this to be the final update, knock on wood, until the next legislative session. So it's presented tonight as an action item.
Mr. President, I move the Board of Trustees add, revise, or delete local policies as recommended by TASB Policy Services and coordinated instruction sheet for TASB Localized Policy Manual Update 110 as presented. The following local policies contained in TASB Update 110 are affected. 1, BBB local, board member elections.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passes.
And one final action item this last month was make it narrower and deeper, and then now we gotta pay for it.
Yes, Dr. Gibson, President Westbrook, members of the board, we're bringing in budget amendment number 5 to you this evening, and it is to move funds into Function 81 from the general operating fund balance in the amount of $170,000 to modify the existing detention pond at Steele High School. And that's a result of the sale of the 35-foot easement to TxDOT in October 2017. The total proceeds from the sale of the easement in October 2017 was $821,529.60. So it's to do the project.
Mr. President, I make a motion that the Board of Trustees approve Budget Amendment 5 as presented.
I second.
Been a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passes 6-0. About an hour. This board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act, the Texas Government Code 551.074. Authorization to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, or to hear a complaint or charge against an officer or employee. 551.076, deliberation regarding security devices or security audits. 551.072, authorization to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property if deliberation in an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the position of the governmental body in negotiations with a third person. Ma'am? Oh, the time is now 8:32. It'll take about an hour, more or less. Board is now reconvened in open session. It is 9:58. Request for board action, employment of contractual personnel presented by Linda Cannon.
The positions on the appointment list as presented in closed session are replacing positions for the 17-18 school year and are funded from the 17-18 general operating budget.
I move the Board of Trustees approve the employment list as presented of contractual personnel for the 2017-2018 school year.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passes 6-0. Request for board action, Chapter 21 and non-Chapter 21 personnel contracts for school year 2018-2019, presented by Linda Cannon.
Yes, the administrators and professional Chapter 21 and non-Chapter 21 contracts as, and the lists that were shared in closed session required for approval this evening and will be funded from the 2018-19 general operating budget.
I move the Board of Trustees approve the list as presented of administrators and professionals, Chapter 21 and non-Chapter 21.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passes 6-0. Request for board consideration and possible action, extension of the superintendent's contract, presented by Linda Cannon.
The Board of Trustees conducted the annual evaluation of the superintendent on March 6, 2018. Historically, the board has taken action on the extension of the superintendent's contract following the annual appraisal of the superintendent. This is for extension of the contract only and no salary adjustment at this time.
I recommend that the Board of Trustees consider and take action on the revision and extension of the superintendent's contract.
There's been a motion and a second. Any discussion? So for the record, it's extended, how would you, one calendar year? 2022 of June 30th?
June 30th, 2022.
June 30, 2022. And Dr. Gibson,
I will not ask for one beyond that.
it's your intention of staying a little bit further on? What are we,
Yeah,
what are
so
we talking
what I
about?
would, thank you for asking, so what I would offer is that in that last year, that we would start the superintendent search process, and of course, the board at that time would be fully in charge of that. There's a lot of back work, that you do to get that done, as you all know. Dee Dee would probably set that forth. We would make sure whoever's the board president at that time, gets a lot of that stuff done ahead of time. We just try to make it a smooth transition. I guess that's the bottom line. And so that the new superintendent is coming on during that last year of that contract that you all are offering, that I don't think you've voted on yet, but you've made a motion. So,
Correct.
okay. And then we would make sure that that last year there would be a smooth transition of power. I would probably not work all the way through the terms of that contract, but I would get really, really close. 36, 38 months of it.
Any other questions, concerns? All those in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Board
Look
items for,
forward
okay.
No, I look forward to it. I appreciate it very much. I look forward to the areas of focus. We got a lot of work laid out. I look forward to hitting it hard.
Board items for review and discussion, review of board master calendar for future discussion action items. Mr. Perkins.
Tomorrow night, the Schertz Bacon Trust has a grand reopening celebration at 6 o'clock. On Thursday, the Taste of at Retama Park, the Taste is put on by the Chamber. And that's a nice event with 70-plus vendors. Also at 5:30 on Thursday, the High School Band Festival at Steele Auditorium. City of Kirby Police Department, 50th anniversary celebration is on Thursday evening at 6. Education, we've already heard, the Education Foundation Golf Tournament is on Friday. And Mr. Iceback goes to luncheon with HEB judges on Friday as well.
Yeah, and I need to add something to that. I think it would be okay, well, I know it would be okay, if trustees and Ed, 8 a.m., if they wanted to just be here when the judges arrived. We had this kind of as an afterthought. A lot of the cabinet members that are not part of the rest of the day are just gonna be here at 8 o'clock for coffee right here. And it literally is going to be, hey, I'm so-and-so, shake hands, and then that's it. So 5 minutes, I would say. They have a tight schedule. They're being whisked away, and they asked for one board member to sit on the lunch panel. It's where, and then you're that trustee to sit on the lunch panel. But if you wanted to be here at 8 a.m., feel free to be here. I think we're gonna have tacos, if that makes your decision different. Coffees and tacos.
At 7 on Friday, 7 p.m., the city of Cibolo has a charity basketball game at Steele High School. On the 27th, Cibolo City Council meeting. And then on the 30th and 31st, Mr. Westbrook is going to attend the Texas Caucus of Black School Board Members Education Summit in Austin. There's a staff and student holiday on the 30th. High school orchestra on Tuesday at 6 p.m. at Steele Auditorium, and 6:30 is a Universal City Council meeting. Wednesday the 4th, High School Choir Festival at Clemens Auditorium. And we discussed the school safety meeting on the 5th. If there are more of us here, we need to coordinate it so that it's a meeting. And then on Saturday the 7th, Rock and Roll for Kids, put on by communities and schools, and where we've got a table working, right?
I think we filled a table. Good. We got one email out.
Then we've got the National School Board Association Conference in San Antonio on the 7th, 8th, 9th.
And by the way, this just happened on the 7th, Saturday? What's Saturday?
7th.
I was asked to sit on a panel as part of the presentation at NSBA from a group. It'll be Pedro Martinez from SAISD and myself and Jeff Goldhorn. There's one other person, but so I'm attending NSBA that Saturday.
Got the Tri-County Chamber luncheon on Tuesday the 10th. Got a Schertz City Council meeting that evening and a Cibolo City Council meeting that evening. Northeast Partnership is at 11:30 on the 12th, and the Selma City Council meeting at 6:30 in the morning. There's an art showing opening at Steele High School lobby on the at 7 p.m. on Friday the 13th. 4th grade all district choir at Steele Auditorium at 7:30. That's probably enough for us. We'll go over it again on the 3rd.
I would like for,
I didn't say that there is a called meeting here on Tuesday the 3rd.
Yeah.
we do, I would like to, a future discussion item is, I don't know when we have to address it, Teacher Appreciation Month in May.
You don't have to address it. We have it on the
What are we gonna do?
calendar for recognition in April.
What are we gonna do? Just
For recognition, we will
just-
recognize in April that the teacher appreciation is in May.
just a letter, or how does? Just at the board meeting, we're just gonna say thank you?
Right.
Yeah.
That's what we will do at the board meeting.
All right. I don't know if there was a resolution that we usually do.
There's usually a resolution that we read.
Okay.
We could ask our last year's Teachers of the Year to come to the board meeting as part of that recognition if you want to.
Right. Oh, it's just as long as I know, we know how we're gonna, thank the teachers in May. And I was serious about the whole, trying to have the students, present next year at the winter governance. I don't know how long that process takes, but there's gotta be something. A student can go up there and present to the rest of the school board members for the next winter governance council, I don't, summer leadership. So that's basically about it. That was just my,
Yeah, I've
request for
never
future
heard that
discussion.
before, so I don't know if it's the students that are there as part of the entertainment, that they're doing something else, but I'll check with TASB and see how one goes about.
they were the central
submitting.
portion, but yeah, best check with TASB if they were the central portion. Two of the ones, they actually were the presenters. They actually were speaking and giving guidance. Now, they did have an instructor there or a teacher
Right.
or somebody there, but like the audio visual, they actually had a radio program. I don't know if we have a radio program at all, but anyway. Thank you very much. That's it. It's time. If there's no objections, we'll adjourn at 10:09.